me a second, people. Let me get things adjusted and set up. Alright. Alright. As you can see, I got 3 new Guardian Games emblems and I equipped them. By the way, hello everyone. Welcome to Season of the Splicer. Now I will be doing one more season of the Chosen part, but that'll be later. For now, we're doing Season of the Splicer things today. And as usual, I had the previous season armor set, all ornamented and equipped to start the season off. Now let's get into it. In 3, 2, 1. I'll explain some technical stuff that happened earlier and why the stream is so late.
This morning, for the first time in humanity's long and storied history, the sun did not rise. Osiris tells me it's a Vex simulation that has plunged the city into an endless night. It seems they have found a way to harness our energy against us. And even in all his wisdom, Osiris can offer no solution. I don't know what will happen if we can't break the Vex's hold over the city. I do know that we must protect our people, no matter the cost. The Vex are machines, and no one understands machines better than the Elixni. Osiris and I can only think of one we might turn to. Mithrax, Kell of House Light. My spies report he claims to be among the last sacred splicers, those with the power to commune with machines. He may be our best and only hope. Find him, Guardian, before the Vex do.
Oh, hell yeah. Oh, we're going right into it. Right. Forgot about that. Now, luckily, I logged in with no issues as of now. Maintenance had to be extended today because I think either too many people got on at the same time, and plus it's a new season.
It's been a long time, Guardian. My hidden report that Mithrax was last seen on Europa, helping Variks evacuate Elixni defectors. Both the Vex and Aramis's loyalists are down there hunting for survivors, anything that moves. Be sure to shoot back. We need Mithrax alive if he's to help us with our Vex problem.
Yo, I forgot they changed the HUD. Look at this. You got tracked quest. All your bounties are right here, which I'm gonna grab those real fast. All your bounties are right here. Or at least your top ones show up. And then, I think that's... And then you can track your quests, and you can track your triumphs. A little bit better. Okay. Unless there's an artifact yet. And now I'm gonna equip all my stronger gear. Okay, let's finish from his legs. I thought I had stronger legs than this. Oh wait, right. Now I remember. I do not have a SMG anymore. Forgot about that. Okay. This is my current. This will change soon once I get city. But this is my current Titan. That's new. Okay. Oh, okay. I'm gonna explore this once I get back to the city. Okay. For now, let me do those little. Let me grab what I need to grab real fast. That was kind of cheap of me to keep those. Changed how this looks. This is really nice now. Weekly seasonal, weekly story quest, 6-player overdrive or override. I mean, universal ornaments, bolt the glass, armor synthesis, and solstice of heroes. Got this bad boy.
How can you move?
Ooh, this looks nice. What is this? Oh, that's kind of cool.
I went out. Got my tablet.
You're closing in on some residual signals. It could be Elixni bound for House Light. Or it could be more of Aramis's loyalists. Clear the Vex and introduce yourself to the survivors. Make it known you're not a threat. Unless you need to be.
Ikora sounds slightly different, but I think I know why. How the actress recorded her voice, probably. Also, I'm thinking here. Yeah, there's a lot of issues when this season started. Error codes, queues, and a bunch of stuff, and they had to do emergency maintenance. And it looks like the game's now okay, but I'm not sure for how long. Oh, what the heck? This is different. I'm seeing where this is real fast. Yeah, this looks different. I should have looked here before maintenance started and see if there was something here before, because I don't think this was this was definitely not here before.
Empty. The Elixni cleared out before the Vex showed up. See if you can learn where they're headed.
Over their
That's
positions.
different.
Trigger, message repeat. This is Misraaks. To those who renounce the violence of House Salvation and seek refuge in the House of Light. I will be landing a skiff near Asterian Abyss. Bring only what you need. We must prioritize survivors over their positions. Trigger, message repeat.
Asterian Abyss. That's their rendezvous point. A single skiff recently touched down near your position. It's got to be Mithrax. Hurry, Guardian, before he takes off.
That's different. Oh yeah, let me equip this new gun real fast. Oh, it's a primary? It's a primary stasis weapon. Aw, damn. It's not stronger. That looks awesome, by the way. It's a primary stasis weapon? I thought it would be secondary. No, that's a primary. I swear this is interesting. Wait, where are we? We're about to go into a spot of the map that we've never been to before because we're usually blocked off from it by a death zone. Unless that's like a signal. Or no, never mind. That's just showing the area. That's just showing the area that we're about to go in, even though usually it doesn't load in like that, but close enough, right? But that does not look good. The fact that it's crashed does not look good. Here, but oh, you're turning it up.
Mithrax is wrapped up in some dangerous business. It's a bad time to ask for a favor, but he and his House of Light still worship the Traveler.
Yeah, it's probably the way that Atra's recorded her voice. That's probably why she sounds a bit different.
That heat signature. Flames. Someone brought down the skiff. Quick now. Secure the crash site and assist the survivors. If there are any.
Huh, they made this more like connectivity. Or the lighting's definitely different. Taking a little detour real fast. They definitely made it seem like it connects more than it used to. Because usually you couldn't. This didn't look connected before. Mostly due to that. So I wonder if that's now a shortcut to get to the other area. I'll have to test that later. Those ships are still around. Uh-oh, Vex.
The Vex took down the ship and ambushed the Elixni defectors. There are bodies in the snow. Nothing can be done for them now. Mithrax must have let a few survivors out, but they're completely exposed. Eyes up. Move.
Vex are gonna pay for what they did. Are you Mithrax? There's another way to pronounce his name, his true elixir name, but I have no idea how to say it correctly.
You're close, and I'm picking up unusual energy spikes ahead. Be ready for anything.
Whoa. Cutscene, I'm guessing.
The Guardian is almost here. Stay down. Stay quiet.
How do you know we can trust them?
I don't. What the light provides.
Baby falling. He is the Queensbreaker, I think. Also, Baby Fallen. Baby Fallen! Or Elixir Hat.
Guardian, I find you in the light. And on your signal. I call a ray.
Mithrax Kell. It is an honor. We've been searching for you for some time.
This is known. You are not the only one with hidden eyes. Many enemies pursue my House of Light. We did not wish to be found.
Then times are desperate for us both. The Vanguard seeks your assistance.
I am aware. Vex systems pulse with talk of endless night. But my people demand much protection. If this Guardian could assist me in blinding the Vex here, we can speak without risking more bloodshed.
Blinding the Vex. My Guardian will do whatever you need.
I have opened the door for you, Guardian. Will you walk the path of the sacred Splicer?
Bet your ass. That's who it is. Oh god.
Did you send them into a Vex simulation?
The path before them is no illusion. The Guardian ventures through the Vex domain itself, where the machines guard their most precious secrets.
Once I'm back in the city, I'll do the customization of my armor.
I will clear the way.
And I expect that to kill me. Be careful this time. It's like Matrix level shit right now.
You move freely through space. None but our most skilled splicers can even perceive. The light shines strong within you.
It's funny because I'm not using stasis right now. how Skolas messed with Vex stuff before, but he didn't know what he was doing. Mithrax kinda has more experience. Wondering Skolas did in House of Wolves, Skolas did mess with Vex stuff. He tried to kill us, it didn't work. Not gonna make this easy. Yep. Wow, his health went down real fast. Is that animation parts breaking off? That's interesting. Aria Prime Engram. Oh, whoops. Oh boy. That worked.
You must flee. No. Do not fall in that lightless place.
Where do I leave?
Another power works against me, pushing back. This is troubling. The system is collapsing. Hold strong. I will create another exit.
Jeez, that scared the crap out of me. I almost died there.
Vex signals are dissipating from your region. They're leaving.
Yes. With the core you hold, the secrets of the Vex reveal themselves to us. To study such an artifact would benefit us both. But there is no time. My people must move on if we hope to survive.
Mithrax, I saw those who wished to join you dead in the snow. Let them be the last to fall. Come, shelter in our city. You and your people.
Ikora Kell, can you offer the Elixni such a thing?
I just did. You'll be under the Vanguard's protection. The Vex are the enemy here, and any Lightbearer who disagrees can take it up with me.
Then we accept. With light in our hearts, we will join you in your city, beneath the Traveler.
That's actually kind of badass, not gonna lie. That's just selling a baby fallen plushie. And that's adorable. I may or may not get one depending on the price. Yeah, I did some pre-season stuff like the date, like hours and where are we? I see the Vex simulation. There's the Traveler. We're in the city. That's different. We're in like an abandoned part of the city that was abandoned during the Red War. Oh, I think I can tell where we are. I may not be entirely right. But if I'm somewhat right, this should be almost where the raid was. Also, everything's still loading in. This should be where the Scourge of the Past maybe was, or at least pieces of it was. It's funny seeing stuff load in right now. But let me see how... Teleport? Here it is. I'm seeing how big this area is. This must be a giant hole in the city. I'm seeing how big this area is. It's funny to see it load and render. But yeah, this must be like around the Scourge of the Past raid. Possibly. I may be wrong on that. Judging by how some of these loading areas are. If it's not, then it's a new area. But this is kind of cool. It's not often that we're actually in the city. Besides, like during events, live events. It's either live events or something. But this is the first time we're in like the broken part of the city from what happened during the Red War. Mind me, I'm still exploring. The Vex teleporter. Or not Vex, Fallen teleporter. In a way, I kind of hope this is ended upon. There's like... That's a walker. Kind of. That's a skiff. Bed. This is probably where our spawn's gonna be. Someone I saw. Yes, there's Fallen over here. Baby Fallen. Little baby Fallen. Oh, they make so adorable noises too. It's kind of crazy, even though it's kind of obvious the Fallen was going to be our first allies. But it's kind of cool seeing friendly Fallen again. Besides, like, the House of Wolves that stuck around for us during, you know, the ones that were under Mara, and then there was Varix, that's how he betrayed us. And then there was Spiter to a certain extent. So crazy. They're like the elites. They're like the Sangheli from Halo. Being the first ones to be on our side. More falling babies! More elixir hatchlings. Jeez, where is this in the city? And of course they picked the more like falling apart pieces of the city for the Fallen to stay at. Every other part, I have a feeling this might be extended upon at some point, which I wouldn't mind. This will be kind of cool if it gets extended upon, like more areas open up here. Teleporter. Is that a hatchling on his back? Again, it's really cute, really adorable. Let's get into the main bread and butter. Also, it's funny, stuff's still loading in.
My people shelter beneath the great machine. This is beyond simple generosity. I must thank Ikora for her gift.
This sanctuary is not granted by Ikora alone, but by all who live in the last city.
Yes, and on their behalf, let me extend a welcome. I am Osiris, and this is Lakshmi too, future War Court leader and city representative.
My greatest appreciations to you both. The House of Light thanks you.
Your house can best show gratitude by keeping to itself. I know your assistance with the Vex will benefit us all, but not everyone in the city is so open-minded. You appear to be settling in. I will leave you to it.
If you require further help from us, you must only ask.
I shall. There are several modifications we will need for stable ether production.
Submit a proposal to Ikora. She seems willing to get you anything you need. I must return to the people in the city. Future War Court has foreseen great misery for them in the days ahead, and they will need an advocate. I often forget how highly those in the tower have placed themselves. The air is thin there. Best not to breathe too much of it.
You must understand this situation is tense for us all. This encampment perches on the edge of decree and democracy. I hope your stay with us will be uneventful.
As do I.
The Elixir Wing in the Helm. Mithrax is asked you to speak with the Splicer servitor in the Elixir Wing in the Helm, located in the director, above the tower. You are one big boy. And you have changed since 0 hour. If you didn't know, this is the same Fallen from that we saved. If you remember the Enemy of My Enemy quest, he's the Fallen captain that was at the end of it, and that we spared. He's also the same Fallen that helped us get, well, some of us get Outbreak perfected in 0 hour. He told us about that situation that was happening in the tower. In the old tower, where we had to explore and take out the Fallen that were there. Bad Fallen, I guess. He's resting.
Elixir houses are more than tribes for sharing work and resources. They also represent living philosophies. In many ways, the House of Light is traditional, We worship the Great Machine, and we embrace ancestral roles like splicers and scribes. But in other ways, we're different. My father, Misraaks, is Kell of our house, but he does not act as past Kells. He does not take more than his share of ether, and he does not punish by docking limbs. These are radical, but popular ideas in our house. However, Misraaks Kell also believes in peace and cooperation with humanity. This is less popular. Everyone in our house has seen Elixni killed by guardians. Not just warriors, but innocents and hatchlings. I lived for many years among the Awoken, and understand that humans do good things as well, sometimes. But the others in the House of Light have not been so lucky in their allies as I have. It will take time to earn their trust.
Makes sense. Okay, a few things before I head off to the city. Can we interact with her? Also, I think I was talking to her, but I'm not sure. So this is the area. Hi, server. This is the area where Scourge of the Past took place, because this is the, I forgot what it was called, but this was the raid boss. This used to be the raid boss. So that's nutty. So, no, this is the connection to Black Armory. Speaking of Black Armory, you're gonna laugh what happened to her. It's crazy. This is nutty, this is awesome, and I like this. Also, the fact that we haven't seen the future war cult leader in a long ass time, and now she's finally back. It's good to see her back. And she's involved in this season, and I wonder how much she's going to be involved in this season. There's so much to interact with here. What the hell is this? Is this like a fake version of the Traveler? This is crazy. House Light banner. Another level up here? Yeah, there is. Shanks. That's with a gun. Also, yeah, I really feel bad now, in all honesty, for what the past Guardians have done to the Elixni. The innocent Elixni. Ghost.
I discovered this shell among spider supplies. Many Elixni fear Guardians, but delight at your ghosts. We think of them as extensions of the Great Machine's will, deserving of reverence. When we arrived here, we were surprised to discover that many Guardians treat their ghosts like equals, or worse, like servants. Guardians throw their lives away for sport, in games like Crucible or Gambit, taking the miracle of resurrection for granted. As if ghosts needed the humans and not the other way around. Elixni have had their blessings from the Great Machine, it's true, but we've never known the power that ghosts grant humanity. I think that if Elixni became Guardians, we would use the light to serve the Great Machine, not our own amusement.
I understand that. I kind of understand that, but if they knew the true purpose behind Gambit and Crucible, they may think differently. I don't try to get all the scannables or like the talking stuff as possible. Yeah, you can kind of see the Vex simulation here. And like the Vex lines and stuff. Yeah, this is where Scourge happened, which is crazy. I think that's the only idea I can have of why that thing's there. Hey, Mithrax.
Humans think of ether as food for Elixni, a form of sustenance. That's only partially true. Ether also catalyzes physical maturation and promotes molting. In that sense, it's like hormones in human adolescence. In a world of unlimited ether, like Rees before the whirlwind, all Elixni look like captains. That's our final form. Most Elix now are underdeveloped. They're forever stunted by ether rationing, which began as a necessity and gradually evolved into a mechanism of social control. Now, ruthless leaders like Spider use the distribution of ether to keep their followers dependent. If Elixni are ever to live in peace, we must make ether available to all, regardless of rank.
So that's an interesting way to put it, by the way. I need to do that at some point. That's interesting to talk about, because that's true about ether, by the way. And that's crazy to think that Elixni used to be all captain based. Like, they used to all look like captains. Think about that. Think about... And the fact that these ones are all underdeveloped. That's crazy.
Hello, my name is Ido. My father is Misraaks, Kell of our house. I took my name from his first awoken friend, Sir Ido. As scribe for that, it's my job to preserve our house's history, so that hatchlings may one day learn our stories. Misraaks Kell requested that I leave some records for the humans of the last city, so they might learn about Elixni culture in their own time. As he says, inside a catch, everyone breathes same air. Though I have doubts that the humans will care to hear our stories, the snipers who look down on us do not seem like the curious types. But the great machine has chosen them, so I must give them the benefit of my faith. Hopefully this effort does not go wasted.
Okay, so it wasn't that Fallen I talked to. So this is not the Fallen that was talking. I actually don't know where she is, that Fallen that's talking to us. I wouldn't be surprised if she's like in... She might be in the... where the servitor is.
Some Elixni tell hatchlings that these wards keep guardians from attacking us in our sleep. We know this is not true, of course, but it helps hatchlings to rest peacefully. Soon enough, they must learn that the guardians cannot be stopped by such things. That they cannot be stopped at all, even by death. After that, the ward changes meanings. For grown Elixni, it's a reminder that the great machine blesses life givers and killers alike. But now that we have seen the guardians among their own people, taking orders and making awkward small talk, I I don't think this tradition will continue in the House of Light. We no longer see guardians as monsters, just people, frightened and misguided.
This makes you really feel bad for the Elixni. Holy shit. I feel so bad. Not for the ones I kill, in all honesty. Because those guys are assholes, because they're not trying to be peaceful like House Light. But, yeah, I feel bad. Also, is this the same catch? Was in Europa?
Many Elixni spend their whole lives on ships. They become more than a home. They're like a member of the family. Misraaks found me in the vent of a wrecked ship, you know. We joke that my father is a splicer and my mother is a catch. After the fall of our homeworld, Reese, Elixni scattered across the stars. Having lost our grounding, catches evolved from modes of transportation into permanent homes. Even after Elixni began to resettle in places like the reef, we never lost our reverence for the machines that kept us alive. Now, after so much wandering, it's hard to believe that there's real ground beneath us and a real sky above.
Well, it's not a real sky at the moment. Right now, it's a freaking Vex sky.
Here lies the remnants of Kell's Scourge, a dark period in Elixni history. After the whirlwind, many Elixni were overcome by feelings of hopelessness. They were homeless, hungry, and hunted by guardians and Hive alike. So when Civics founded Kell's Scourge, promising to return Elixni to power with ancient weaponry, many were drawn to his call. Though the Scourge claimed to fight for Elixni empowerment, in reality, they represented the final degradation of our culture. A once great interstellar civilization was reduced to an anarchist mob, led by a power-hungry coward. Let ours be a cautionary tale. No matter how enlightened a culture, there are always those who prey on our worst impulses for their own gain.
Yeah, Kell's Scourge. Civics stole pages from Ada. And that's why we had to take him down. But yeah. And then I believe in the center here was like an eye, like a servitor. But I don't know where Civics was actually inside this thing. He was supposed to be inside it, but I'm guessing he was inside it. But I wouldn't be surprised if he wasn't. I wouldn't be surprised if he wasn't inside it, but this is, yeah. This area now makes a lot more sense of why they're putting all the Fallen here. I need to stop calling them that. At least these ones. These ones are clearly Elixni, not Fallen. I'm gonna try to find all the scannables real fast, and then let me see, where am I even? Am I on? Why does it say I'm on Europa? Where does it say I am? I don't even know where I am. Oh. So that's where I am, okay. Crow! They need to take the mask off. His mask broke off a while ago. It's like overlooks a certain area of the city. I wonder if it overlooks the Fallen area of the city now. The helm's its own thing. That's gonna be soon where Ooh, I wonder what else is gonna go there. Oh yeah. Alright, the new gun. Oh, that's a cool new picture of her. Advanced Prototype Exo and Warden of the Black Garden. Has a new... Wait. They definitely changed the lighting. Look at this shit. Also, Drifter's no longer alone down there. Don't... Bear my, like, wandering... Oh yeah, they're... Right, I need to do this a little bit more. I'm trying to remember, damn. Oh yeah, I will do a new aspect quest, because there is new aspects now. I will do that, but that'll be later this week. Today is all gonna be the new stuff. I'm just exploring real fast, by the way, don't mind me. They changed a few things from what I know. I will one day be able to do that. Hopefully. Because I still need to do that, and the only reason I haven't been able to do that is due to the fact that I never reached that light level. I never reached the light level. Also, I need to do this later on when I'm not streaming. Let's see. What else is there to scan? There's like a few more things, I believe. If there's not, then once I find more, I'll scan those things.
During our golden age, the Elixni civilization spanned many star systems, farther than humanity could imagine. And in all of our exploration, we never found anything more wondrous than the Great Machine. It's one of the few things that all Elixni houses can agree on. That's why shrines like these are made of many small pieces. Each bit was added by a different house. It's a tradition that lasted generations. Most of those houses are now extinct, and their members are scattered.
Yeah.
It's funny. I revered the Great Machine all my life, without ever having seen it. And now that it's right overhead, I still look to this shrine for comfort.
Yeah, Kings, Devils, Wolves, Winter. Salvation, Light, Dusk. So many different so many different, there's a lot of different, I can't freaking think now. There's a lot of different houses that were around, even ones that we probably don't know about. I like how that's illuminated. Any more to scan now? I kind of did this in the back weird order. I wonder if they don't use parts from this now. Mithrax is just chilling there. Hey Mithrax, how you doing? I think that's it. I don't think there's any more scans. Or interactions. If there are, then I'll do those later. It's weird that I'm guessing it's rendering like this because I'm on the Xbox One and not the Series X. I'm guessing on the Series X and like the other systems, they're higher up than Xbox One and PS4. It loads a lot better. It looks a lot better, I'm guessing. And it doesn't render every 5 minutes. I wonder if I can still do this. I'm gonna test that. Oh no, it's better than 1 hour. I won't be able to. Let him challenge. Jesus. Let's see. Oh yeah, I will do one more presage mission to get the last few scannables in order to finish that up and get that chosen thing. So yeah, one more season of the chosen part will happen. So yeah, that's the plan, hopefully. I'll come here first and grab the stuff here. While this is loading, I'll be right back.
Task list updated. Scheduling. My programming tells me it's a very nice day. There are tasks to be completed. Come on. Tasks must be submitted through the proper channels. Scheduling.
Stop it! Someone's looking.
My programming tells me it is a very nice day.
It's official.
Task list updated. Please step clear, Guardian. Please step clear, Guardian. My programming tells me it is a very nice day. Registered.
This is need to know.
They won't like this.
Service log updated. Daily tasks underway. Scheduling.
Yep.
There are tasks to be completed. Move along.
Okay if I listen to music while I work?
Ready for reassignment. This is not a combat zone. Move along.
Why'd you two break up?
This is not a combat zone. Move along. My programming tells me
Okay.
it is a very nice day.
Yep.
Ready for reassignment.
No readings. The dish is
Scheduling.
It doesn't have to be music. Stick as many missiles in it as you like.
My programming tells me it is a very nice day.
Come on.
This is not a combat zone. Move along.
Done, I think.
New tasks must be submitted through the proper channels.
I'm kind of obsessed with hunters. I mean, you're so cool.
I can't believe how good that hunter looked in the Crucible last night.
It was a Hawk-class chassis, but modded so much you'd never recognize it.
Okay if I listen to music while I work?
Service log updated. Daily tasks underway. Task list updated. There are tasks to be completed. Move along.
Yep.
Assignment in progress. Assignment in progress. There are tasks to be completed. Move along.
Stick as many missiles in it as you like. It's still a flying bus.
It must have been hundreds of years old, from before the Traveler
This
made
is not a
one.
combat zone. Move along.
They
Task
won't
list
like this.
updated.
It doesn't have to be maneuverable. It's just a bomb.
Service log updated. Daily tasks underway. Completing task.
They won't like this.
Clear skies, dancing guardians.
Usual. Yep.
Task list updated.
It's kind of relaxing here.
Service log updated. Daily tasks
Missiles in it as
underway.
you like.
You missed that run in the Crucible?
I'm looking through the archive stuff right now, so don't mind that.
They won't like this.
Kind of cool looking back that you can actually get these again, because some of these were disappeared from the archives and some weren't even in the archives, and now they are. Makes it easier to get them now, at least some of them.
Everyone's ready to serve these days.
There are tasks to be completed. Move along.
The fleet took losses. They're refusing to say how bad.
It doesn't have to be maneuverable. It's just a bomb.
I'm scared to look at the news these days.
That's a shell I want. So is this and this. In the harpy. In the moon.
There are tasks to be completed. Move along.
Different arc, void, and solar shells.
It's not so
Maintenance
bad
pending.
here. I'm scared to look at the news these days.
They won't like this.
Please step clear.
Stick as many missiles in it as you like. It's still a flying bus. Stick as many missiles in it as you like.
Service log
Still a
updated.
flying
Daily tasks underway.
Those are some baggy pants.
Service log updated. Daily tasks
Okay,
underway.
okay.
Completing task.
Dancing guardian.
My programming tells me
Okay.
it's a very nice day. There are tasks to be completed. Task list updated.
Okay if I listen to music while I work?
Green Joker.
We should hit them now.
I might get that. I might get that. That's a cool looking ship. August shell.
There are tasks to be completed. Move along.
A simple move.
Ready for reassignment.
Seems that that's it for Eververse. Okay.
Underway. Done.
I don't know why I got 3 of those, but
Thank you.
huh. I think I may have made a glitch happen, and I hope that doesn't come back to bite me in the ass.
Well, Titan, let's see what we have here.
I forgot they reinitiated the swords. So people can use the swords again. In a way, that's pretty. That looks actually pretty in a way.
The walls will stand tall once... Good. You're back.
Why can't those rookies in the Crucible be more like you? All battles are just a lesson, Guardian.
Huh. Pretty sure this is wrong. Pretty sure this is wrong. Unless... oh boy. I have some theories. For one, why is this here? If Hunter's won, why isn't it in the hangar where Cade's stuff is? 2, why is the lion still gold? It should be the snake. 3, my theory is, since Hunter's won initially, but it went on for 3 more days, and Titans won those 3 more days. And I'm guessing since they won the 3 days, maybe the last person that wins the last day, the team that wins the last day gets the statue, and maybe that's the reason why Titans have it again, but it's not by Zavala this time, so I'm really confused. Hopefully someone can clarify why that is. Hopefully Bungie explains that situation, because that's kind of awkward.
The oldest encryption methodology sometimes contain the great.
You don't look too banged up.
Banshee waves you. Got something interesting cooking up back there. Experimental tech. It'll be a little hot to handle. While I'm working on it, go make a name for yourself in the field. I want them to wonder where you get your guns. Head into Strikes and Crucible, and the other one that Snake Guy runs. What's it called? Gamble? Anyway, go in there and make a name for yourself. Then when they see you carrying that new piece, they'll know I don't hand them out just to just anybody. Oh, huh. Folks are saying 81's back. Don't remember her leaving. Come to think of it, I guess I didn't see her for a while. Anyway, I hear she's asking Guardians for help. Got some new project in the works. Something about programmable matter and Europa. The Fallen 2. Hard to keep the details straight, but I'm glad she's keeping busy. maybe pay her a visit. Whatever she's making, I'm sure it's worth your time. She always been a special talent. Oh my god. Never saw a gun like that before. Things would go cold in your hands. Things would go cold in your hands. Nothing good can come from a piece like that. Hey, Guardian. Do me a favor. You ever find a sidearm that runs cold? You be sure to keep this callus far away from it, you hear? Of course, things busted pretty bad now. I need plenty of calibration data to get up and running again. Get me some, would you? Ooh. Ooh. I'm gonna get that naturally, but damn. That's cool. He sells guns now. Like he's supposed to. Aren't they like bringing back a bunch of guns from like...
Hit 'em hard. Show 'em that they can't mess with us.
From the factions?
Another Golden Age blueprint for interplanetary orbital sails. So rarely poetry.
Ooh. I got a better version of the shotgun I got. It's a machine gun. We should work on one too. I should test this out, by the way. Let's see how the... Right. It costs 500 glimmer to equip a shader onto your weapon now. And your armor, so great. I wish it didn't cost glimmer, but I guess... kinda makes sense. Wait, I forgot how many shaders I have. I have a lot of shaders. Let's see, can I find... I wish you could filter them. Because where is Future War Cult? I think this is it. Yeah, I can now color these weapons with their proper shaders. Hell yeah.
Told him so.
The classic sword crown splitter. Hell yeah. It's good to have you back, my dude. I'm gonna check his office real fast before I go to see Ada. I'm exploring a lot of new shit today. Thought the elevator was down, it was not. Yeah, I think you're gonna also check in the hangar too. I'm curious about something in there. Also, I think Crow's taking a back seat this season. So he's not gonna be active. You would think Mithrax will would have sent him something. He will be last. I'll check that out last. And then I'll actually go to the servitor.
What's happening on Europa? I need reports.
Yes, Guardian?
Yeah, her voice is slightly different. I don't... If it is a different voice, I'll be
So
surprised.
much knowledge lost.
If it's a new... If it's the same voice actress, I understand why she sounds a little different. It's how it's recorded.
Take care of yourself, okay? See you soon.
Let me check here. He's still gone. You would think since we saw Future War Cults later, we would see other leaders. Hello? What? They're actually in this tower. There's Fallen in the tower. I didn't even realize. You would think they would put some in here. It'd only make sense they would put some in here, but they didn't.
Let go with you. Let go with
Are they all in the annex? Guess we'll find out now. Like how he's walking past two Fallen. Did they put him in the annex? Please tell me they did. I'm gonna look around and see. Before I hear Fallen. I hear him. Are they trying to figure out a vending machine? What the fuck? Before I go in there. I feel like they updated these walls. That would make sense. It would be interesting. Robots, wouldn't they? Seeing this is getting me more excited. Just seeing like friendly Fallen. Over here? You would think they would put one right here. Wait.
You're looking spry.
Oh, they fixed the helmet finally. The helmet was glitched out for the longest time.
Kill anything big lately? See you on Europa, brother.
You would think you would say anything about this.
Be careful.
Kinda wish there was like Fallen in here, that'd be kinda funny. I like how there's Fallen trying to figure out a vending machine. Oh my gosh, there's one on his back. Oh, there's 3 right there. Oh my gosh, this is adorable. I think there's like a hidden hashling somewhere. Okay, I need to clarify some shit. The fact that she literally carved out the whole wall is interesting. Is an interesting choice. Instead of the traditional way to get in. She carved out a whole new pathway. Or at least they did. I wouldn't be surprised if she did not. She probably did with her amazing powers. But she carved out a whole new way to get in here. It's a lot more colorful too. Okay, so someone glitched into here before stuff changed. And it was literally just the Black Armory room empty. With chests, of course, like that. It's now all red? Oh, wow, wait a minute. So the whole empty space back here is blocked off now by red. Same with the other doorways. Interesting. Hey, her Black Armory book. This is interesting and new. Huh. It's interesting that they blocked all that off, that empty space. Makes sense, but still. I guess so they don't have to render it anymore?
I have no time for shyness.
She still acts the same as she used to. Good.
Come visit again soon.
That's a lot of weaves. Holy shit. There's a lot of weaves around here. So she went from the Black Armory to from weapons and stuff to freaking armor synthesis, which is like ornaments, cosmetic stuff.
When the traveler acts, the world changes. For some, it gets better, for others, worse. What will its reformation bring?
Interesting how things have changed with you, Ada. It's surprisingly she's not over there anymore either. And what the heck is this thing? This is a weird ass machine. It's like she's close. She's much closer now. And she has like a little desk for some reason.
Before I opened my doors to Guardians, I watched you thrash through your collective existence. Loss never so much as hindered your destructive stride. The Red War, a Vanguard's death, mere hiccups. Back then, I judged you as callous. I assumed it was easy for you to rebuild, because your condition makes you incapable of caring about anything ephemeral. Now, I find myself in a dark hour, and I must admit I am envious of your tenacity. The Black Armory was founded to stand against the coming shadow. But when the darkness returned and our defenses faltered, my work made no difference. Humanity's focus shifted to the stars, and now the forges are gone. If I hope to maintain the Armory's legacy, it's clear I must build something new. The fallen refugees who fled Europa tell of some unfinished Braytech research on matter programming. I believe it could be a new start for the Armory. I've used the Vanguard network to download as much as I can, but some branches can't be accessed remotely, and Europa remains a dangerous front for the Lightless. I need to enter the Braytech facilities and download the data manually.
So So she was so focused on the forges and stuff, and she couldn't move them. No one could, from Nessus and all that. The EDZ and everything. But, what she's also saying is that when the darkness approached, we kind of forgot about the Black Armory and not focused on it as much. And due to that, we don't know what exactly happened to them. But have disappeared. We don't know who took them or what happened to them. And without them, you can't really run the Black Armory. So I guess that's the reason why she left for a while, and now she's back. And now she's finding a new way to run the Black Armory in a different manner. Also, she judged us of how we've acted with everything. Pretty much she thought at first we were reckless, but now she just figured out we were strong and we got through all of our past tragedies because of how strong we are. They've been lost alright, but we don't know how they were lost. I wouldn't be surprised if Fallen took some of them, since they were on Nessus and they were on Earth. Ada tells you that the Black Armory Forges have been lost. In their absence, which it sounds like they're coming back, but I'm not sure. If they do come back, that'll be interesting. She's working on a new project, some unfinished research she unearthed in the Braytech archives on Europa. Did she really go to Europa? It would make sense, she is Exo. Unless she... Oh no, she just, like, dug through the archives, didn't she? With permission, of course. She says she needs help retrieving the last remaining research data from Europa's surface, as it's not accessible via the network. Travel to the Braytech facility on Europa and recover the data. I'm guessing she means the Exo facility, which is interesting because she's Exo. Ooh, she now sells mods and this stuff too. And for some reason this armor, which I'm guessing changes over time. Guard. But I don't do these ones and avoid that last one.
Au revoir.
Interesting way to... Okay. Again, I find it interesting that she decided to take out this whole wall. And she doesn't use the signs anymore. Like the different family signs, because the forges have been lost. Oh yeah. What's the new one look like? Ooh, that's kind of cool. Let's test out something, shall we? First things first. This. All the different... Where's the apply all? Ah, there it is. Oop. Interesting. I guess if you wanted to do it separately, you go into your separate thing yourself. I don't know how long I'll use this, but I will use this at some point. I don't know in how much I'll use it, in what category I mean. But I will use this because it sounds useful, except for certain occasions, like maybe certain armor I don't use that on. Oh, emblem's over here now. Interesting. We put emblems on the left now. So, I don't know how much I'm going to use this. Like, to apply all, I mean. Because for certain armor, meaning Vanguard, Crucible, Gambit, I want to put their respectable shaders on them, so, yeah. Jeez, I am suffering in Glimmer right now. It's a cover. Ah, they changed that slightly. Now, as you can see, this is relatively the same. Just different. Now it costs Glimmer, of course, to apply shit. Let's see if I can find something from the past shaders that, if I apply it, it'll look nice. At least you can organize the shaders, though. Because this is a randomized order, clearly. At least for some of it. Ooh, I'm applying that. Now, ornaments, of course, don't require Glimmer. Since this is a new submachine gun, I won't put a shader on that. I know I end up spending a lot of Glimmer, I know it. On shaders. Ooh, I like the look of that. Sorry for how long this part's gonna take. It's gonna take a minute because I'm exploring the new options. I don't even know what this was from. something. My glimmer is gonna go way freaking down. Oh, I can make toy weapons now, great. Still don't know what that's from. Some of this I know I get really confused of what all the Gambit, Crucible, and shaders from like the past. I don't know, I get confused of what belongs where. What belongs to what. Yeah, that's good. Xeno Silver. Right, I'll have to do that later. That one thing later. Wish you could organize the shaders by, like, season. I guess they are already like that. But, like a more efficient way of organizing. Okay. First things first, let's see. I know I track a lot of these quests. Okay. Right, there's this. Speak to the Splicer and travel to Europa and incur research data. There we go. I don't do these side by side. In a way. Oh yeah, the armor's not in the season pass this time. That's kind of cool. It's kind of like a hit move. Like, if you know the Dragon Ball Z character, or Dragon Ball Super character, hit. That looks kind of, that looks badass. I got it. You get a sparrow pretty early. Misraaks. That looks awesome, by the way. That's an awesome looking sparrow. The ornaments. Make yourself look like a goblin, basically. Oh, that's a cool noise. Let's see how I look at the goblin. Or... Alright, it's the warlocks that look like a goblin. That's badass look. That's kind of cool looking. Yo, this kind of looks cool. That's season pass. I'm guessing the lights are flickering because of the endless night thing. At least he's not alone. At least the drifter's not alone anymore. Now, this... Alright, I have to talk to him about that. This... Diamond Lance. Ooh. This will be a different stream. This will be a different stream. I'll do armor synthesis after I do the helm stuff. It's kind of cool though that you can visit the elixir there in the city, and some of them are in the annex. Some of them are in the tower, which is kind of cool. I forgot to check the hangar. I'll check that later. Because I want to see if there's any elixir in the I want to see if how 2 people are going to react. I want to see how Holiday reacts, if she reacts, and I want to see how Scene 14 reacts, because he killed the Devil's Kell, I think, with a headbutt. He's famous for that headbutt. They did that Kell. I wonder if you could, was like, lights are being affected here too.
I should head into the city.
I wonder if you could have glitched yourself through the doors that led into the new area of the helm. Also, I wonder if the helm is going to stick around for Witch Queen, because next season, I'm pretty sure this is going to open up, this area. I wouldn't be surprised if this area opens up next season, for whatever's next. For season 15, final season of this year. Hey, Crow. How you doing, Crow? You'd think you would have a small line.
Need something?
Talking about, like, the elixir now being in the tower. Since, you know, they were so nice to him. Oh, wait, is there any more intercepted transmissions? Nope, there's not. I like the freaking power fluctuations gonna be kind of annoying to deal with, but I kind of forgive it because of what's going on. That looks pretty, but it's concerning in the same way. House of Light. Hey, ether container? You would think it would be down here. No, it's this door that opens up. So that means that door is going to open up. Also, the meat thing I see. Oh, it's a docked one. No, all of them are docked. This one's clearly docked. These human and Elixir working together is amazing. This one has all 4 hands. So, I don't know if this is a Dreg that didn't get docked or this is a Vandal. And that's a Dreg. This had to have been a Dreg. To Elixir right here. Oh, they both have babies. Hatchlings. Jeez, you really need your Ghost of Light shit up, don't you? I'm now more excited for this season than I thought I would be, because I wasn't that excited at first, but I was more curious than anything. But now that I'm seeing more and more, I'm more excited. Why are you on the floor? There's another bed right next to you. Nice small og drag. There's a drag, right? Yeah, he's docked. So why is he on the floor though? There's like multiple beds, like. Again, this is more adorable than I thought it'd be. And cool.
Can't say I'm enjoying lying low, Commander. Reminds me of the old days. But, hey, I'm nothing if not good at following orders. If it was my choice, I'd be there helping you get the Elixir settled in the city. Might be hard to believe, but they're more like us than you think. Just give them a chance. Like you did for me. Velask. That's how they say hello. Just so you know.
Pro. So he does have a part in this. He's up there. But in reality, he's not really here. He's supposed to be undercover. So that's kind of... This must be... Oh, that's a docking area. Did not know there was a docking area here. This must be either the one that was on Europa, unless it's probably not, and it's a new one. Working on it. Oh, hi, bud. How you doing? Didn't think I would find you, did you? That would be a conversation, but I guess not. It's just them talking. Wonder if any of these are the ones that we saw in the cutscene. This is kind of cool, though. This must be ether protection. They're definitely going to have better ether protection under the city than they would normally, because we can probably we had the better technology to set it up for them. What the hell happened to you, servitor? If it speaks, I'm gonna flip out. Reminds me of the warden servitor. If this is septics, though, I'll laugh. It's probably, I know it's not, but they're really, what the hell are they making with this thing? Because what is this supposed to be besides a servitor hooked up to a bunch of machines? And their ship, apparently. It's good to hear Crow, though. Crow's opinion. I'm glad they actually got into this. Splicer servitor. Alert sounds from the servitor as you approach. On a small view screen, a wireframe image of a cube appears. An access port slides open and the cube changes into a single word. Analyze. You take the cube of living code you claimed from the Vex on your robot and hold it in your palm. Its corners and edges move, reforming endlessly in your hand. You place it into the servitor. The servitor scans the cube with a field of soft light and several moments. Then emits a chime and the text changes. Stable. The pictogram suggests that the cube is somehow still connected to the Vex Nexus. Mithrax will be able to study its secrets, and just by holding it, you are able to access certain permissions from the deep Vex networks. The readout changes once more. Utilize. You nod and claim the Paradrome cube.
Guardian, I greet you in the light. It is I, Misraaks, or Mithrax, as your people say. I speak to you through a servitor we liberated from the House of Salvation. It fuels our camp now, turning raw matter into the ether we need to survive. I will use it to study the Paradrome cube you recovered from the Vex. In this way, it will provide for us both. We are settling into your city. You may have seen the work of the House of Light scribe Ido, my daughter. She has been creating a chronicle of our journey. But there will be time for that later. This city holds great scholars and warriors. Ikora, Osiris, Lakshmi too, even the Saint. They have agreed to aid in your fight against the machines, and I will be your guide. I am a sacred splicer, one who can touch the light rippling through the Vex networks. For the light is all. The wind through the grass, and the motion of galaxies. In this way, I can see into the Vex domain. But your abilities might grow beyond mine. I have prepared something for you. A Splicer gauntlet. The first made for a non-Elixir. The ether it pulls from defeated foes will let you override the Vex signals. Push back and enter the machine domain as you did on Europa. Bring me data from within, and together we will discover its secrets. Fight bravely. Free your people from this endless night.
I wonder if this affects the European Dead Zone. I need to spawn in that and the Cosmodrome to see if it affects both of those, because if it does, ooh, I wonder if it's just the city. It's interesting that he mentions Saint 14, because Saint 14, you know, killed a lot of Elixir. Mithrax speaks to you through the Splicer servitor that his house light liberated from Aramis's House of Salvation. He explains that he is a sacred splicer, one specially trained to interface with the light threaded through the Vex network. He is so impressed with your mastery of the light that he gives you a custom-made splicer gauntlet to help you focus your own abilities. He is willing to guide you in your journey to become a sacred splicer. While Ikora Osiris Laxmi? I didn't hear how he pronounced it. 2. And Saint 14 assists you when they are able. So those are only the voices over the comms. He asks that you bring him Vex data that he can begin to decode mysterious paradrome cube you claimed from the Vex on Europa. He believes it will reveal how to lift the oppressive simulation that hangs over the city. Fight bravely, he says. Free your people from this endless night. So this is going to be similar to last season, but in a gauntlet, not in a hammer. Gauntlet looks cool. I'll have to look up what's the best course of action for that stuff. Sidearm, grenade. Might as well grab those, right? Right, let me check something. Can I check the engram? Yes, I can. The armor and the, wow, that's a lot of weapons. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 weapons and armor. There's a lot of characters around here. I'm grabbing the sidearm thing because I want to try that stasis sidearm out. So this is now our new artifact. It's a little cube. Okay, immediately I'm gonna get this. Next. That's 4 cubes. So it's as much of a, the shaders cost as much as mods. I'm really blue, I just realized that. Complete, beneath the great machine, completed. Interesting. Ooh, 2 new lore books. Right, I need to get these. I need to get these before the season runs out. Or before next season runs out. I'm gonna... Ooh. Okay, I'm gonna probably have this one on screen because this one's actually really interesting. I'm the most qualified for this. We know. But your expertise and relationship with Elixni aren't the only deciding factors here. Exactly how long am I going to be continuously tried in a court of public opinion? And when in this trial will I be given a clear understanding of what I'm on trial for? Crow. This is a delicate situation. The consensus have come down hard on us for... The consensus have come down hard on us for welcoming the Elixni into the city, and I can't have them using you as another bludgeon. I seriously don't see the issue. As long as we're at peace in some manner, same with Crow, the consensus shouldn't have this much of an issue. If these Elixni are Elixni that are not trying to kill us, it should be fine. We made friends with Exo and Awoken. What's wrong with the freaking Elixni? So that's all this is. A political maneuver to protect yourselves. No hard feelings. No hard feelings. Nothing behind the looks you give. No hard feelings. Nothing behind the looks you give me when you don't think I'm watching. This matter aside, if your past identity became public before we have a plan in place, it could cause considerable harm to you and to the people you care about. People who have come to care about you. For a long time, no one spoke. Oh. Then what? I keep hiding from the shadow of the man I was before? Forever? Not forever. But for now. If you think about it, with him saving Zavala during Season of the Chosen, you would think people will not see him as Aldrin anymore and see him as Crow, but no, people are still freaking... Just because the man has the same face does not mean he's the same person. What's interesting about this is, has Amanda seen his face yet? Has Amanda seen his face yet? He's going to Osiris. And if Osiris is half the leader he's shown himself to be, he'd tell him the same thing. I don't know how long we can protect him. Neither do I. It's true, like, if you think about it, it's not easy to protect a once upon a time man that murdered Cade. Some people can't see him differently. What's interesting is I can. I see him for... Oh wow, we get a free thing right away. Interesting. So free ether, right? We get free ether right away. Of course, we don't earn ether throughout stuff, but yeah. That's an interesting sparrow. I might get this because, ooh. Because why wouldn't I want this? What the hell? Interesting. Interesting emote. Ooh, I might get this too at some point, but right now I'm getting this. I'm gonna try to get this before the thing ends, because I got the Taurus one, might as well get the Scorpion one. And the Scorpion one goes to Hunter. What is this? I guess we'll see you later. Okay, okay. Oh. Interesting. Is that non-Europa anyway? Or is it on Europa anyway? It is non-Europa. You would think it would be. No, it's right here. I feel so bad for Crow. Also, this is really slow. Barrier load. This is match made, right? Yeah, it is. As this loads, let me see. What were my 2 modifications? Overload some machine gun and unstoppable sidearm. I want to test this baby out. Alright, you can't track these anymore. Because they appear anyway. Kinda useful. The sound effects, though. Wait, where? There's Kaido's.
Hold your ground and guard the connection.
I don't get how this sidearm works. Also seeing. And wait, I feel slow.
The Vex network is revealed in layers. Override the passcode to gain deeper access.
Also, this is like the sundial if you don't. Because if you think about it, also I have no idea what the hell is going on. But six override is a six.
The Vex will endure as many casualties as necessary to keep the vortex closed.
It's like sundial because it's another 6-player activity. Oh, so that's how I should treat them.
Crack open the Vex and bring back their data. Do not worry yourself over the buttons. They feel
also, it's like
no
the public
pain.
event. It's like the public event. Also, we're doing this in like a part of Europa that's not
Judging by the Vex
used a lot.
response, your fancy Splicer glove is working. Keep at it. Like a body healing a cut. Disrupt the passcode to keep the splice alive.
I have no idea what we're doing.
The vortex gathers energy, moving from potential to material. Your splice nears completion.
Sorry if I'm not talking much, I'm focusing on what the hell's going on. Because honestly, I have no idea. It's all chaotic, but this is a cool activity that has 6 people playing. Similar to Sundial and the public event that was on like IO and Titan.
But I know an attack coming when I see one. Hold your ground.
I like how they gave. I like the accent. I like the accent they gave to. Ow. Also, I like how Kaido's ships are still there. If you didn't know, their ships are still there. These movable? Yep, they are. In some way, they are. That's kind of cool.
Complete
I like
the final unlock sequence to manifest the vortex. Vortex could lead anywhere. Be careful, Guardian.
It's even more magnificent than in my visions. The data you secure here will fuel research for decades to come.
Navas did not make it. It's like Matrix level stuff right here, and it's actually kind of cool.
Now you see the subjugated mind, keeper of this domain. Destroy it to secure the data.
I actually really like the Sundial. It's similar to the Sundial activity, but it's still kind of... Yeah, it's probably going to be different. Oh, this one is ricochet bullets. Did I already complete all the bounties? Except for the grenade one. I think I'm gonna let my teammates do the decoding shit. Because I had no idea. Oh shit. Hey, asshole. Wow, he is almost dead already.
Defenses crushed. Structure collapsed. Now we look ahead to the next task.
I couldn't agree more. As much as I want to be able to stop and savor this moment, the Vex won't afford us that time.
That is uncommon focus.
In your experience with humanity?
Many humans and their kin are eager to shed the weight of their responsibility through revelry.
Some of us bear that weight longer than others, if we're strong enough.
I like this activity. It's not that complicated, but it's also kind of cool. I'm really blue. I just realized how blue I am. That was kind of cool. A bit confusing, but kind of cool. I honestly thought the baby fallen title would gain some views, but I guess not. Well, probably more famous people are getting more views than me on this season, but that makes sense. Override Europa. A Vex breach has been detected on Europa. Join the fight by reporting the helm. Splicer Gauntlet. Splicer Gauntlet. Wield the power of the sacred Splicer. You have acquired the Splicer Gauntlet from Mithrax and the House of Light. Completing playlist activities, bonus events, and defeating combatants will reward you with ether. Open up the gauntlet details screen to spend ether to craft key codes, which are needed to unlock Vex conflict chests and override. Vex conflict chests reward you with decrypted data used to purchase upgrades from the Splicer server. Ooh. Join Mithrax on the path of the sacred Splicer and unveil the mysteries of the endless night. Breach the Vex network in the new 6-player offensive override. Collapse the Vex network node by node in the multi-week quest Expunge. I will stream that. I might need help with it though. The Legacy Vault of Glass raid returns for all Guardians. Unlock 81's armor synthesis to gain ultimate control over your Guardian's armor appearance. And more. New stasis powers and exotic armor. Stasis. Evolve your states of power with new aspects and fragments. Visit Exo Stranger Post Beyond Light campaign to learn more. 3 new exotic leg armors are now available. Check the directory to see what's available each day. Players must have cleared lost sectors at each location. Armors is here. Old friend has returned to the tower and needs Guardian's help. Speak to Banshee 44 to begin your journey towards unlocking the armor synthesis system and creating universal ornaments from your collected armor items. Whew. I'm gonna show you the exotic legs. Go fast. Exotic. Path of Burning Steps. Star Eater Scales. And last but not least, Boots of the Zembler. It's gonna be a long first part for this season because holy shit. Ikora. Debrief with Ikora, the hero plans to break them this night and welcome the Elixni into the city. This will be like a second. I might do this later actually. I might, as you know, I'll do this after the main stuff because it probably won't take that long to do. Hopefully. Oh, yeah, it won't because it's already on step 3 out of 7. What the hell? That went slow for some reason. I like the new logo for the game, by the way. It looks really nice. Like the lights are being affected.
Done.
Unburling gray. Alright, let me see what's in here.
It's a promise.
I heard they wired the brains right into the ship. Some kind of crazy experiment.
Before I go to Ikora, there's one section I need to check. Oh wow, even this area is having trouble with lights. You can barely see what's left of the Almighty. I'm looking around for Elixir. Is she back in here yet? I'm surprised she isn't, considering she's involved in this season. Oh, he's gone now. The orbit's leader's gone. Interesting, he's always usually here.
The lighthouse stands as a symbol, guidance for dark times, a shining height to aspire to.
Oh, it's updated.
The things we chase.
Where did he put his shotgun?
Better us. Walk with purpose, and cast no shadow.
Hey, the floating stuff is not here now.
The infinite forest is not as infinite as they say. It has its limits.
Elixir talk, huh?
I don't care what's on the manifest. If it doesn't work, it's no use to me. Fix it. Home sweet.
Keep.
Hey there. Custom job, in-house. Take care of yourself here. Till next, Guardian.
You'd think there would be Elixir in the hangar. One more area I want to check before I head to Ikora.
Let's hope this system is...
Interesting, there's no ghost dialogue. I think there hasn't been for like for 2 seasons now. Like, what has Nolan North been doing? I wonder if there's fallen Elixir hiding in here. Surprised there's not. There is not. Or heck, I'm surprised they didn't put it in here. They think to put Elixir down here. Yes, they did. I knew they would. I find that funny that they would put... Like, this is the open area where Benedict used to be. It's the perfect spot for Elixir. Look at that little Elixir. So there's two spots in the tower that people can obviously see them at. But yeah, there's Elixir in the tower, which is really nice. There's one area I'm surprised they didn't put them in, but I kind of understand and kind of don't at the same time.
Look at all these inventory notes. Looks like everyone is trying to get the tower's market back on track. Tess, Banshee, Rahul, Eva Levante. They're all working together on this stuff.
Why'd you two break up?
Ghosts are such
a lot of
precious
Elixir
things.
in, like, of course,
Oh,
hidden
fragile.
spots. Which I'm gonna start looking around to see if I can find more hidden Elixir.
Still more questions required. It has been some time since you and I have worked together. That's going to change. As internal affairs falls under my purview, you'll be reporting to me for this operation. Mithrax has kept his promise. His splicers work tirelessly to decode the data you pulled from the Vex network. Zavala and I have every confidence that this was the right decision. Years of hidden operations coming to fruition in our time of need. The Elixir would say, the great machine provides. But if Osiris hadn't suggested we contact Mithrax directly, all our outreach could have been wasted. Guardian, we are all made to believe that loss is how we grow. It took me decades to see that it is not the pain we learn from, but the risk, the chances we take, and the strength to see them through. Here in the city, every new life can begin in peace, without fear, without loss. We need only set aside the past. While you're in the field, I've asked Saint 14 to oversee the Elixir settlement. If we can turn the Kellbreaker into an advocate for House Light, then others will follow. I hope he's feeling generous. Where the darkness seeks to divide us, we need only offer out a hand.
She makes a few good points there, because of Crow and the Elixir. Cora welcomes you back and tells you that she's pleased you'll be working together. Mithrax and the House of Light splicers are working tirelessly to decode the data you retrieve from the Vex network. Cora has ordered Saint 14 to oversee the human operations in the Elixir quarter. If we can turn the Kellbreaker into advocate of House Light, others will follow, she says. Where the darkness seeks to divide us, we only need to offer a hand. Offer a hand.
Is he looking at you funny?
Hey, come here.
Was your birth? It's harder last time.
Take it. It's a deal.
I want one like the Warlock.
Try the other. I need your attention one moment.
I don't want you to report this transaction.
She's the best pilot I know. And before the war, she was a school teacher.
What secrets have you uncovered?
powers affected is interesting. Powers are being affected by this endless thing. We're losing solar power if there is any solar power. It's interesting, we have this thing here, but we have to go in there to get the new communications. I hope the helm sticks around, because the Lixney being around is actually kind of cool.
When I requisitioned this transmitter, I was told the helm would be a secured location. I suppose this will have to do. Greetings, Guardian. I'm Lakshmi II of the Future War Cult, and I'm here to offer my assistance, because you need it quite badly. The Future War Cult has long used Vex-derived technology to see into the future. I won't bore you with an explanation of mind forking. Suffice to say, we understand its dangers and use the device responsibly. I have glimpsed our future, Guardian, and what I saw was chilling. Skies dark with smoke, shouting, gunfire, and in the center of it all, standing in our city, a group of fallen, the same fallen I saw earlier. Ikora listened to my report, but she chose not to hear it. The Vanguard would rather protect its image than its people. And so, I will handle things myself. We can change this future. Stop it from happening. While I monitor your progress against the Vex and assist where I am able, I will observe these fallen. If they begin to act against us, well, when I foresaw the Red War, they laughed, until Gaul bound the Traveler. This time, I will not whisper my warnings. I will not be polite. I look forward to working with you, Guardian. Together, we can protect our city from all who would wish it harm.
This is interesting. So this is like the war table, but this is way interesting. The way she's acting is kinda it's pretty much trust who you pick someone to trust, basically, is what it's saying. Or be careful who you trust. She is right about the Future War Cult thing, though. They saw the Red War coming, and the people that believed in Future War Cult evacuated the city. And they were the only ones that were safe from the Red War, basically. Lakshmi II, leader of Future War Cult, tells you that she looked into the future with the Future War Cult's mind forking machine and saw Mithrax standing in the city. Standing in the city amidst gunfire and smoke. She gave her report to Ikora and the rest of the Vanguard, but she feels her warnings were not taken seriously. Even if Mithrax is standing in the middle of the city, it doesn't mean he's turned against us. If he's standing in the middle of the city, that doesn't mean he's against us. It just means he's standing in the middle of the city. She tells you that she will do whatever she can to stop that future from taking place. When I foresaw the Red War, they laughed until Gaul bound the Traveler. This time I will not whisper my warnings. I will not be polite. Mithrax through the Splicer servitor.
The last city has always been a place of refuge. For centuries, the vulnerable have found shelter and security under the watchful eye of the traveler. Now, it seems that includes Fallen. Once they sieged our walls, and now Ikora Ray throws open the gates. A charitable act from a compassionate leader. But is it the right thing to do? Can we really spare the energy and resources to shelter our enemies while we are under Vex attack? Can we afford to extend a peaceful hand to those who might bite it? As leader of the future war cult, I have foreseen violence and strife within our walls. This is not the first time. I warned you all of Gaul before the Red Legion took our city during the Red War. I am warning you again now. Are these newcomers the cause of our visions? That we do not yet know. What we do know is that the Vanguard owes the people an honest and transparent explanation.
It's crazy how old she sounds. And she only been rebooted once.
I have felt your conflicts with the Vex from here, and your victories. This area is a crossroads. Many threads connect this city to the Vex. They seek to use their simulation to drain the light from this place, bend it to their will, just as you seek to disrupt their network. But while you fight for survival, their motives are unclear. The network connection cannot be broken without destroying your city. Both are bound now, and one must fall for the other to survive. But there is hope. Every Vex you destroy sends ripples across this false dark sky. I do not know how many must fall to end the simulation they have created, but the data they guard hides the answer. We will study it together. This is my word in the light.
Mithrax shares what he learned by studying the Vex data you brought him. The city is a conflux, a paradromic knot of threads from the Vex network. The Vex are draining the energy from the city, but beyond that, their motives are unclear. That's why the lights are flickering. There is no way to easily separate the city from the Vex domain. For one to survive, the other must be destroyed. But he sees hope in the future, as your victories against the Vex are visible in the simulated sky. I'll have to look in the sky multiple times each week. He will continue his studies, upgrade your Splicer Gauntlet, and learn how to break the city free once again. I can get multiple upgrades at once. Interesting. So this is similar to... I don't know if this is like the oracles. Oh no, I don't... These are like similar to the obelisks. The way you upgrade. Increase reward. I'll get this one. Laser and wall defenses now deal slightly less damage when you're inside the Vex network. Defeated combatants now have higher chance to drop ether. Ammo replenished by ammo crates and override is slightly increased. Gauntlet ether capacity is increased by 50. And its key code capacity is by 3 to 4. What's this? Additional platforms can now be utilized in the Vex network. I think I'll do this one because this one will come in handy. There you go. That it for that quest? Yeah, it is. Wow, that increased by a lot. Holy crap. Travel to Europa and recover the research. Time to do that now, and then I'll end the stream. After I do that. Come on, load. Fractures, huh? Is this the best use of your time? Targ is his name? He named his ghost Targ. I don't recall giving one. You two can't keep doing the work of 3 people. Talk to Anna again. Targ, there's no way I'm going to convince... Incoming call from Empress Keitel? Let it go to Depot. No. Empress Keitel, what do I owe the pleasure? Yeah, he did get, you know, imprisoned for a second before being freed by Crow. Commander. The fleet's long-range sensors detected a growing anomaly located in the vicinity of the last city. Why the sudden concern? I bear no concern, Commander, but if the Vanguard were suddenly annihilated, it would behoove me to at least be aware. Of course. Well, we're still here, for now. Why are you really calling? Lakshmi 2's latest broadcast to the city reached our fleet. You are truly a proud hawk standing in a nest of vipers, aren't you? Lakshmi's is a politician, is a politician. Words are the most dangerous of weapons, Commander. It begins as whispering convictions in full voice, distant, and the next thing you know, you will wake with a knife driven into your chest. Spoken from experience? Spoken from experience. Lakshmi is undermining the Vanguard's authority by diminishing your role in the eyes of the people. Spoken loudly enough and often enough, her words may begin to make sense even to those who are not of the same mind. I trust you to honor the terms of our armaments. I do not trust whomever your successor might be. Cade might say just wing it. It's not the first threat to my authority I've weathered. So don't delude yourself into thinking otherwise, and don't you dare come at me for whatever remorse you might be feeling about deposing your father. I do not feel remorse because Callus was my father. I feel remorse because of what Gaul did to my people. We opened the door to Gaul. We opened the door for the hive, handed Zero Wrath a knife, and we were surprised when we felt the kiss of steel in our spine. I hate to see a warrior I admire and respect do the same with a less worthy adversary, but perhaps you are not in need of such. Isolated counsel. I can't say certain words. And what counsel is that? What Kaido said next was not in the voice of an empress, but a friend? Umuathroth, I don't know what that says, or what that means, was my most trusted counselor. The darkness has many hands. Will you recognize its caress before it finds your throat? Pretty much she's telling us be careful. She's telling us be careful of the Elixir, even though I believe the Elixir. I trust the Elixir. I trust these Elixir. Hell, they're working with us. Look at this. Now we head to Europa and help. I'm gonna grind this off stream, of course. Next stop, Europa, to help out with if those humans can work it together with Elixir, so can we. Also, that little objective is at the war table. Next stop is Europa, and we're helping out Ada. Just in case. Or no, I should actually equip sidearm. There you go. Probably one of my longer streams. Due to the fact there's a lot of shit to do. Ooh, I may have an idea, which it could be interesting. I have a slight idea. wonder if there's gonna be a purpose for the stuff that's here. The skiff is still there. Oh, I'm going the wrong way. Notice how I avoided hitting the fallen. Ow. In a way, I'm kind of purposely avoiding them. Except for that one. Yikes.
Look for a terminal with elevated access protocols. There might be one in the nearby offices.
Interesting that you would speak here, Ada. I didn't even touch.
I'm receiving data now. Oh, this is incredible work, and well annotated. So that's how they solved for diatomic partitioning, and the macrofusion blending is just... Apologies. It's just exciting to see the final pieces in front of me. There's a component listed here, some sort of processing unit to calculate the threading algorithms. Looks proprietary. See if your ghost can scan for it based on these parameters. I doubt we'll be able to recreate another one, and none of this will work without it.
This is a new door. We never opened this door before. This is a new room. Before I grab that, I'm looking around. I understand why we never use this room, because it's kind of worthless. Like, nothing else in it.
Yes, that's it. Meet me back in the armory hall, and we'll see what this puzzle looks like when finished.
It's cool. She's kind of disappointed that she understands, but she is disappointed that she lost her forges. But she understands. So, yeah. That was not that hard, actually. Hey. Soon. That's loading. I might as well check. Complete all the Path of the Splicer quests. There's 8 of them. All 21 upgrades. 7 mods. 8 more lore books. A sacred fusion. I'm guessing that's the Sonic. Probably part of the Sonic quest. Effects when season of the Splicer armor. Earn bonus points for each armor piece equipped. Feet. Season of the Splicer weapons. Defeat champions in Override. And I don't know what that's gonna be. This one doesn't seem as hard as last season. The light flickering is gonna bother the hell out of me, I know it. It's fine, this is I do like the red, it makes everything stick out a bit better.
I have no time for shyness. Proceed.
Good. It just says as she types furiously on her workstation. I used the data you streamed from Europa to make some final adjustments to the device. The original plans from Clovis are out of reach. Whatever he wanted to make from this, it requires electrical alloys that don't exist. Given what we know about him now, maybe it's best that if that vision never comes to fruition. She knows. Probably from Banshee. And Exo Stranger if she ever met her. In any case, I was able to use some concepts from the original Forge designs to finish the prototype. It's my own design now. She steps back from the workstation. The processing unit is the final piece. You retrieved it. It's only fair you get to close this out. Interact with the loom prototype to connect the processing unit.
Come visit again soon.
It does kind of look like the Forge. Kind of.
I have never put faith in the Traveler, but I am starting to trust in its guardians.
Yeah, she knows what he originally she knows who he is now and what type of man he is.
Incredible. I felt confident in my interpretation of their schematics, but to see it actually working is something else entirely. When I used to think about the armory, about my responsibility to it, the weight was almost unbearable. Even in this body, I felt like I could never get enough air. Now, for the first time in a long while, I feel relieved and eager. The synthweave produced by this prototype won't provide combat effectiveness, but I will continue to explore possible applications. Perhaps Ikora could use it for disguising her hidden. With more tensile strength, it could reduce maintenance time on redjacks. I don't know what discoveries lie ahead, but I'm eager to find them. Thank you, Guardian. I can't express what this means to me. Now, shall we give it a try?
I like how she has her own little gun hoisted on her waist like that, or on her body like that. Also, it's kind of cute seeing how she's acting right now. Ada is awestruck at as what she has accomplished with the loom, and relieved to have a new beginning for the armory. She thanks you for your help and expresses excitement about the future. I got 10 now. So that's 2 sets. I get 2 sets each. Ada's mechanical fingers clack away at the glass touchscreen. Initial readouts look promising. Power levels are stable, and the operating system hasn't hit any assertions. She says the words carefully and maliciously. I don't know. Like they don't fit well around her voice yet. As far as I can tell, the loom is ready for production. Let me give it a test run and see what we get. And if it passes quality checks, I'll explain the process. Here it is, the first printing. Ada says tenaciously. This is I got 3 sets. Oh, this is what they mean by you get more sets than usual. This is Sithweave, a programmable matter more sophisticated, I guess, than I ever seen. Significantly more advanced than Glimmer. Okay. She hands you a sample of the loom's output. Do the honors of trying it out. It should be able to replicate the physical appearance of some of your armor, though not the material or energy properties. Use Sithweave to create an ornament from your collection of legendary armor. Oh, that's 1. So 2 sets of 5 and 1.
Come visit again soon.
Is that it?
Every usage of the loom is another batch of data for my research, and I need all I can get.
You got it. I still find it funny that she blew open the wall, made stairs that go all the way. Instead of using the original entrance,
The Black Armory thanks you.
the wall has just been split in half. How do I use this thing? Okay, what do I do again? How do I do this?
Hello again.
I'm really confused of how I'm supposed to do this. You have to be like a certain distance or something? Let me try
See you next time.
unloading and reloading the area. You'd think you would see fallen in these areas, but I guess not.
They're expensive, but they're the best at what they do. Come on over.
Placeholder. I'll read this real fast. I'll read this real quick. I got eyes on entries and exits. Looks clear. Curses. At Forge Tech? Any clues of what happened here? Scorch cannon sears, fire rifle cuts, connect, ricochet marks. Almost like there's been years of combat here. How a suit. There's nothing more to glean here. Sun's fading. Devron's got eyes on a fallen raiding party not headed our way yet, but I'd rather not take chances. You have what you need? Hardly. But we won't find much else. This area has been thoroughly scavenged, same as the others. Fallen? With no guardians bothering to stop them, could have been anyone. I can only imagine how you must feel. The Vanguard had a tough call to make. Planetary evacs came first, and now they're on to exciting new frontiers while I'm left with nothing but rubbish. I'm glad for the evacuations. I shouldn't have. Pikes, chart, changed headings. We should get her out. We should get her out. Are you ready? I'm not sure. But what choice do I have? Did you forget the measure twice? Isn't that same based on woodworking? Don't have any wielding jokes? Don't have any wielding jokes again. Great work environment you got. Love the decor. Can I help you with something? I was going to ask you that. Heard the cursing all the way up the stairwell. Can you interpret armory schematics and machine the parts needed to assemble them? Unlikely. Can you convince Zavala to stop asking me when a forge will be operational again? Even less likely. Sounds like the answer to your question is no. Is that why you're doing this? Vanguard orders? The forges are my legacy. It's my responsibility to continue their operation. Zavala's desires are tangible. Help me out here. I'm not super familiar with your illustrious organization's history. With the armory born of a dream to have the world's greatest gun oven? The armory was founded to stand against the darkness, to shield humanity when we couldn't count on others to do so. The forges were simply the tools we used. So much for that grand plan. The pyramids rolled in, and the last I checked, Mars is still missing. Titan and Mercury. Did you come down here solely to antagonize me? Alright. Look, I know we aren't friends or anything. I'm not sure you have any of those anyway. She kinda does. Right, sorry. The thing is, people around here talk a big game about putting humanity first, but then it's all Guardians all the time. The devotion to light bearers can seem fanatical. But you're not like that, Ada. I appreciate the sentiment, Soraya, but I'm not sure how that relates to the forges. I think your voice is important to have around here. I want you to succeed, but you might be holding on to the past too tightly. You presume to tell me how to carry the Armory's legacy? Not at all. But your founders didn't wake up one day with forges on their brain. They started with a problem, then designed a solution as they only could. And you're suggesting I'm starting with a solution instead, limiting my view? I'm saying I would understand if it was hard to let go of all this when it's all you've ever known. And the idea of leaving the forges behind is admittedly unnerving. I get it. But the old methods aren't working. Maybe it's time to carry on your founder's legacy in your own way. I should get back to work. Thank you for your advice. Good luck. But maybe try to keep the noise down, okay? It bothers my bird. Let me do something real fast. Duke Idol. Air chapter. So can you do it? What a ridiculous question. Of course I can. It's a question of when I'll have the time. I didn't realize we were indulging in semantics. There is no greater pleasure. Very well. When do you think you will have the time? The influx of data from Europa is sufficient. On top of the routine Guardian armament support, not to mention the open-ended nature of your query? A conservative guess would be 2 to 3 weeks. That's absurd. I can't sit around that long. You misunderstand. I have no statements regarding what you should do with your time. Fine. Can I search for it myself? Access to the classified archives is limited to sanctioned guardians, tower support staff, or the Vanguard themselves. You are none of those things. Don't be ridiculous. I've seen that drifter pursuing this data, producing this data on a weekly basis for his own amusement. There's no way. I assure you, no such breach has occurred. He blushed? What the hell? I'm so confused on that statement. Even had one crime doesn't excuse another. I guess you will be of no help then. Not for 2 to 3 weeks. At the very least. I never seen Raul act like that. That's interesting. Wait, where is this area? Is that that big area that we go through to get to the bazaar? Like, I don't remember this area that she's in. What were the names again that you were querying against? Pretty much the 3 different families. You may be in luck. It seems our interests have overlapped. Right! Right! The Elixni quarters used to be Scourge. And she is the one that told us that we need to take out Scourge, so this actually makes sense. This is probably the only one of my longest Destiny streams. Okay. Describe. You're the one asking questions about Europa, are you not? About salvation? You speak our language remarkably well. I had an unusual upbringing. I am Ito. Or Ido. What do you seek, Black Armorer? I'm searching for the information from the Bray Tech facilities on Europa. Oh, interesting. And you believe we have this? I know some of your people defected from House Salvation. They may have seen something. They have seen many things. One of my forebears, a great weaponsmith, worked at the Bray facilities on Europa. But I only know a fraction of what she was doing there. Forebears. So one of the Black Armory people knew about Europa. Ah, always about guns. Your people are no strangers to weaponsmithing. True, and now, in probability, both of our arsenals stand together in the shadow of the great machines. An alliance that makes it all the more logical for you to help me. I will not help because I cannot. No mentions have been made of anything related to your armory founders. So her armory founders, one of them used to know about the Bray Tech stuff. Interesting. Such despair, maybe this is about more than guns after all. I lost something, a part of me. Your forges, yes? My whole existence was tied to the armory, to those forges. Without them, I feel without purpose. This actually makes a lot of sense of why she was gone. This isn't, I'm not sure you could understand. Our history is littered with the banners of lost houses. Most of us have worn more than one color. Knelt before Kell after Kell, hoping that they would be the last. Lixney understand the futility of purpose very well. Oh my god. Implies a continuation. But it seems my path is coming to an end. Devil's was a dead house until Aramis made it new. Mithrax was dusk, and now he is light. Paths only end when we stop walking. Yeah, we kind of made it a dead house. This is not the conversation I was expecting. If this settlement is going to work, it's probably the best to break from old expectations. I've taken enough of your time, thank you. Where is Ido? I hope we see Ido. I want to see Ido's model. This is something we found in the Bray archives. It is not what you were looking for, but it may help you decide where to walk next. I'll look into it, I suppose. Good. Are you sure it's a good idea to give me this? How will it look to your allies, you helping me like this? It'll look like unity. Last one. Do it. Ah, the bird. If it isn't the reclusive armorer. I was thinking about checking on you. Oh, was I making too much noise again? The opposite. Way too quiet down there. Things have been going more smoothly as of late. Glad to hear it. So, what was the answer? Centuries-old research on matter programming, left behind by a megalomaniac. Clovis. Sounds like a trip. It has been. I feel quite changed by this experience. Change can be good. There was one thing from our last conversation that stuck with me. Only one? That's definitely disappointing. You said you weren't sure if I had any friends. Yeah, I didn't mean to. If I'm being honest, social connections have never been my strong suit. I know that it can be scary to put yourself out there, especially with everything you've been through. It can be, but I'm finding this new journey to be a little less daunting when I'm willing to walk it with others. Sounds like a pretty good lesson. I should probably get back down there. I have a lot of work ahead of me. Don't be a stranger, Ada. You come up from your cave more often, you might find you have more friends than you think. Aw, this is kind of wholesome. That was actually really wholesome. Let's see if this thing will work now. I want this thing to work so I can make armor ornaments.
To think Clovis left this in the garbage in favor of his vain pursuits. Pure arrogance.
Silk cord.
Good of you to come.
Silk cord. Let me
Welcome
okay.
back.
Wait.
Come visit again soon.
Ooh, okay, this might take longer than I thought. Look up how to properly do this, because I might be doing this wrong.
I know what it's like to feel threatened by light bearers. Whatever unease you feel towards our fallen guests, know that they feel the same.
Oh, so this is how I do it. I don't need the loom necessarily. I'll need the loom for here you go. I need the loom to make silk weave. Okay, I now understand. What armor
Why
can
should
I
I fear
transform?
stasis? I've seen the light used by warlords and guardians alike, for evil and good. A new tool doesn't change the wielder.
What is this? Wait a minute. Is this a rare armor?
The loom has quite a different aesthetic from the old armory tech, doesn't it? It's growing on me.
Ooh. I can make I can make the broken armor. Okay, let's see here. How does this baby properly work? I might turn this armor into
When the darkness
ornaments.
sought destruction of all things, the Black Armory persevered. Remember this, Guardian.
Wait, is it technically saying this arm? I'm really confused. Right, I need to make this into ornaments. I need to do this. And this one.
Plumbing through Braytech schematics is like learning a new language. I feel lost sometimes.
And this set, right. Right. I understand what I must do. Maybe.
I once believed the forges could be our future, but I was wrong. They were just a step on the path. And now, we walk on.
There's a lot of armor I realize I have. Picking is gonna be a not chore, but it's gonna be interesting.
Plumbing through Braytech schematics is like learning a new language. I feel lost.
Yeah, I don't have... Okay, this is what the problem I ran into was. I don't have the full set of raid armor from Leviathan, so I can't do the full set of Leviathan armor. So, I'm just gonna do this armor, and possibly some armor that doesn't exist anymore, like maybe this. Or this.
Why should I fear stasis? I've seen the light used by warlords.
It's good that
and
she's
guardians
mentioned that
alike,
stasis line, by the
for
way.
evil and good. A new tool doesn't change the wielder.
And, okay, so there's this armor set, there's...
The loom has quite a different aesthetic from the old armory tech, doesn't it? It's growing on me.
Okay, I think I know what armor I'm gonna try to do. Whew, boy, this is more interesting than I thought it would be, and slightly more complicated than I thought it'd be. A bit confusing, but I think I understand now. Because some... Okay, because I don't have the full set for some armor, so that's why I'm only gonna do certain sets.
That is how
like
I
this
know
set,
it is important
possibly,
work.
because I don't think this set's ever coming back. Maybe this set. There's some armor sets I'm not sure of that might come back, because there's this set that might come back. This set might come back. I don't know about this set.
Why should
if
I
it'll
fear
come
stasis? I've seen the light used by warlords and guardians alike, for evil and good.
I wouldn't be surprised
new
if this
tool
somehow
doesn't
comes
change
back
the
at some
wielder.
point. Or even some of the planetary ones. The planetary ones, I wouldn't be surprised if they came back. This one might come back. So for now, the armor I'm gonna do is this.
I am afraid this will all fail. It gnaws at the corners of my mind. But that is how I know it is important work.
I like the sound. I like the special effects it does.
I am continuously fascinated by the choices you Guardians make when molding your synthweave. Such garishness. I once believed the forges could be our future, but I was wrong. They were just a step on the path, and now we walk on.
There's a lot of waste marks I have. Jeez. I could turn the base armor from, like, this armor. The Brave Titan armor. I could turn that into ornaments, but...
Why should I fear stasis? I've seen the light used by warlords and guardians alike, for evil and good. A new tool doesn't change the wielder.
Right, I could do this. What was the previous one?
You get synthweave, I get research data. It's, how would you say it? A win-win.
I'm gonna definitely turn this into an ornament because I dismantle it, even though I can pull it out of my vault again. Maybe. I might turn it into an ornament. I'm definitely gonna probably turn this into an ornament.
It will take time to adjust to the sight of Fallen in the last city, but their presence has its benefits. Their scribes have shared some fascinating information.
There's a lot of different armor I need to try. Because, or make into ornaments that I want to make into ornaments. They need to organize this a little bit better, but I like the idea they're going for. Let me take these off.
The loom has quite
so
a
I
different
can
aesthetic
actually
from the
properly
old armory
do
tech, doesn't
the
it?
full set here.
It's growing on me.
Rare armor doesn't work. Okay.
When the traveler acts, the world changes. For some, it gets better, for others, worse. What will its reformation bring?
There you go. Now that whole armor set has become, that magnificent armor set has become a universal ornament. Let me actually check something about that too. Armor. Events.
Please watch your step. This is a lab, not a lounge.
I can't even pull it out, so it was a good choice of me to making that whole set a universal ornament. Same with this armor set. I'll probably turn this armor set into a universal ornament, and the menagerie set. That will probably be my next set to turn into a ornament. The menagerie armor. I'm mostly either gonna turn that into an armor set or this into a
You get synthweave, I
universal
get
ornament.
research data. It's, how would you say it? A win-win. Welcome back.
That took a long time for no reason. Okay. The loom requires material input to function. Strands of basic matter that can be repurposed as needed. I used the braid tech schematics to create smaller devices called threaders. With these, you can convert the strands into Sith cord that the loom needs. We should verify the threaders are functioning as well. Full of Sith strand. Take these strands and let's put them through the whole pipeline. I'm thinking of how I should approach this.
I'll be here.
Go complete it now. Okay, what are you asking me?
Despite being surrounded by guardians,
Complete Nightfall Strikes or Grandmaster Nightfall Strikes. Jesus.
Founders felt like during the collapse.
This will be a multi-part thing. Because I'm not doing Nightfalls right now. Wait, is this considered New Light? No, it's not. Okay. I'm not doing Nightfalls right now. That can be in the next part. If anything, that can be part of aspects when I grind out aspects.
And I need all I can get.
Jeez, what the fuck? 4? At least I started it, and it will continue later. In the next part. It's crazy. It's changed. I might stop by Spider later.
It gnaws at the corners of my mind. But that is how I know it is important work.
Okay, I have my ideas. It's going to take me a minute to do the Nightfalls because I think, let me check on them right now. Let me check on Nightfall Strikes. What is the light level it requires?
Why should I fear stasis?
Okay, never mind.
I've seen the light used by warlords and guardians alike, for evil and good. A new tool doesn't change the wielder.
I will grind. Okay. I have my ideas. I'll do it. Next part, etc., etc. I have my ideas. Okay. Probably gonna save talking to Ada till next week. Next stream, probably Thursday, and that will be for aspects. That'll be for getting aspects, or the new stasis aspects. And Saturday, I think we're gonna return to Yakuza. I think that's the plan. Anyway.
Plumbing through Braytech schematics is like learning a new language. I feel lost sometimes.
I wonder how many armor people are turning into,
Au revoir.
I'm gonna lead off into it. Okay. I think I've done all I can do for now. Besides, you know, I'm not gonna grind out 4 Nightfalls.
Just breathe.
Of the same Nightfall, especially. I'll do that off stream. So, I think that'll be it for now. I'll finish this next stream, or next time I do seasonal stuff. Because it's next week.
Give to be working with stocks and barrels.
What is she talking about? Okay, now I'm gonna leave off at the House of Light. That's where we're gonna leave off today. I also grind this out off stream, just to get the weekly thing. And I have to do it with my other characters anyway. So, yeah. Let's go to the Elixir Quarters. Jeez, I missed a lot. Ooh, the lights are nice here. I feel like the lights got brighter here. Where's Mithrax at? Or Mithrax. Or Misraaks. Mithrax. His real name. Honestly thought I'd still be here. Unless he's in a different area. I wouldn't be surprised if they have him like move around a lot. He up here? Oh, there's more. Oh, right. Good thing I came back here.
This Shank has been with us for many years. She's temperamental, but loyal. She's in need of constant repair, but we're used to it. Our house has fixed every part of her, from sensors to exhaust. So when I look at her, I don't see an object. I see the members of my house. I see myself. To us, machines are vessels, not just tools. This is why scrapworking is so important to Elixir culture. It's a way of sharing our spirit with the world, even when we have nothing. I'm sure that Guardians feel the same way about their tower. It's more than a hollow form, more than the rubble it was built from. The tower is the keeper of the Vanguard spirit, and you would defend it more fiercely than any other building. Is it not so?
guys. Let's see, is there any other scannables? I like how they have little tables and chairs set up for them. Spider? These spider caches. I wonder if he knows what's going on. I might stop by him after this and see if there is anything. Okay, so I'm going to end it here. Alright. I think this is enough. This is a good stopping point. Completed the weekly... I completed the weekly story. And I did some of Ada's stuff. I think Ada's stuff is just going to be spread out. Let's see. Anyway. Thank you guys so much for watching. Season of the Splicer have begun, and there's baby falling everywhere. And I'm excited to see where the story goes from here. Thank you guys so much for watching. My schedule will be back to normal start getting back to normal this week. See you guys next time. With more Stasis aspects and back to Yakuza.